Hi everyone. As you noticed, there is no sound. I can even do this, and no sound is coming from anything. So I don't know why that's happening. Capture cards on. It's got everything. Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh no. Wrong things are going on. This is a good omen for things to start here. All right. Mirror box. Properties, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So the video is all fine. Why? Okay, I just needed to reset it. We're fine. We're good. Everything's good. Music's fine. Yeah. Woo. Okay. So hello everyone. Hello everyone. After that great start, we're back. We're back with more of this. Back with more Ace Attorney. And this will be it is the last day I'm off this week. So yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. That literal, like, every time something even minutely goes wrong, like, my brain starts just pops. There's nothing anymore. All of my composure goes out the fucking window. So I'm just like, But yeah, we're back with more Ace Attorney. Last time, we really got into the case. Case 5. We started investigating. The murder actually happened. Sholmes got shot. Susato's leaving. Found out Susato's last name is Mikotoba and not Mikitoba. So yeah. Today we're going to go actually investigate things. Hold on 1 second. I need to pull up the dashboard. Hey. Just in case. So anyway, without further ado, let's get on with investigating in the murder room. Examine. Right. Oh, a lot of things here. Oh, hold on. Open chest. That really caught my attention. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box filled with my that's the box file my manuscript is being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of Baskerville. The Hound of Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Oh no. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. I don't know, something about seeing those models there is just... Ah! It was there! Iris' story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course, I believed Hartley when he said he deposited there, but still, it's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Arius' manuscript has been entered in the court record. Alright. Phonograph. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. This room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle. Hold on. Damn it! I turned you all the way down. Fucking okay. This TV needs to be replaced. This TV definitely needs to be replaced. It's hard finding a TV that is compatible with both HDMI and AV cables now. So I've resorted to kind of just looking at any TV we have at the place I work to see if it supports both. And I've found some, but sometimes it's like, fuck, that's a lot of money and I didn't get paid yet. I would still have money in my account, but I'm just like, I really don't want to spend more. Because I just spent it on something else, you know. Bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look! Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Okay, that's that whole wall was part of that single investigation there. Oh, and this whole wall too. Huh. Okay, well, gun. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Reno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with us yesterday, didn't we? Is that the same revolver? God damn it. I hate having to see that scene every time. It must be the same gun. It might be the flashback, but the gun looked black. This looks gray and silver. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Yep. Oh, shit! I'm gonna drop one of my Joy-Cons, hold on. Alright. We are doing it live. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So he can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Now, did they clean up the blood? Because that looks like a chalk outline of blood as well. Did they just color in the blood puddle as they were cleaning it up? Like, okay, wait, the blood was here, and you need to know where the blood was.
poor Mr. Winterbank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once to the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Well, that's at least somewhat peaceful. Wait, help with what?
Aha! I may well be able to help with that.
What?
Nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
Yeah, for a psychopath. Iris, you okay? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we are all different types. We're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation. Let her have this.
So you need this.
Oh no, what is that scary looking thing?
Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
Bang! Okay, so that's actually blood. Oh! The color of the bloodstain has changed.
There, does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see.
So are you saying that you shot it and it changed color depending on, like, if it's type O, type A, type AB? That doesn't really help us now, does it?
Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood that is you're looking at.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great.
So, whose blood are we looking at then?
That must be Mr. Winterbank's blood.
Yes, this is where he was shot, so there can't be any question of that.
This could turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must simply take note of it.
Okay, sure. The blood analysis has been entered the court record.
Keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have a reagent left, sure.
Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph, isn't there? I think perhaps we should see if that can tell us anything. Okay, hold on. Let's see. White cat photograph. Oops. I want to see how old people are. Egbert Benedict. Oh my god, without his hat, he looks really weird.
Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
The red smear you mean?
Yes, looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san picked up on that. Well, in that case...
Yes, we need Iris.
We should show this to her before we forget. Photograph, okay. Yes... Now how do we show it to her? Okay, well, let me just... Iris?
Don't worry. I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely.
Really? That was all? Okay. I don't think. I'm pretty sure. Investigated all of it. All of the things. Converse. Okay, no. I want to converse with. I would assume that we need to go Winterbank's main shop. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then present. Like this is one of the few times I've actually had to present an item to a person.
Oh, that looks like blood.
Iris, you said it wasn't blood. Like, whatever. Okay.
I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. Oh, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me.
Bang! Oh, I see.
Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before. That's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it will be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Well, the particular state of blood. Oh, hold on. I love the little pops in this. I'm a little tired. I like just had dinner. It is it has been it's been a hard past couple of days because our puppy Cassie has had to stay 48 hours in a vet because she got a hold of a jar of chocolate-covered raisins, and it wasn't empty. It definitely wasn't empty. It was like a third of the way full. She had gotten a hold of it, and we didn't notice until later. So we had to take her into a vet, and she was doing fine in terms of everything, really. She wasn't doing too bad, but we took her in just in case, and they were like, okay, we're gonna have to monitor her for 48 hours, give her a saline drip, and all this other stuff. So just be wary. So just and if you don't do this, could lead to more serious issues. And I was like, okay, sure. It's not the fact that I don't think she'll be fine. I think she'll be just fine. I think she'll be right as rain as soon as she comes home. But she's a pound dog, and we're just afraid of that whole of those abandonment issues. My mom is super upset. She's like, I want my baby back, and I'm like, I know, Mom. But anyway, yeah, it's been a hard past couple of days, and I think it's just now affecting me. We're getting her back tomorrow. We took her in yesterday at like 10 o'clock. So we're gonna be getting her back around 10 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Ooh. And as you can tell, I'm a little tired. Stressing out last couple of days, so I actually did not go into work yesterday because of the puppy. Like, I need to take her in, and I'm not sure how that worry is going to play into me working. So yeah. Anyway.
Oh, you have you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
No idea. Think I do? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to?
Alright, I believe that this is the blood of Magnus McGilded. Pop Windabank? That is the name. I love that Magnus McGilded and Thrice Fired Mason are in this. Yeah, uh-huh. You know, those two people who are dead. Gina, I guess.
Oh my, you think this is Gina's blood?
Yes, it was Gina who brought the ticket here to Windabank after all. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one.
But Gina doesn't own any gloves at all.
Oh.
And Jeannie wasn't injured either, was she? Ah. We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so you can rule out anyone who had been bleeding straight away.
Perhaps my answer was a little too simple. I have to think this through some more. What do we know? Well, it's not Windabank, because Windabank's blood was blue. And it's not Magnus or Thrice Fired Mason. Yes, Windabank is the only other answer we have.
You think somehow it could be Mr. Windabank's blood?
Well, he would have been the last person to have handled the ticket. Sometimes the symbol. Okay, yeah, simple is the right one.
But Mr. Windabank had no injuries before he was shot. That is.
Yes, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away. The other two answers make no sense. Magnus McGilded, one did not deposit this ticket, and two is dead. I accidentally cut myself forward, thanks to the mildly threatening advice, Iris. Alright, I guess fucking Magnus McGilded.
Mr. McGilded?
Yes, after all, the redemption ticket belonged to him.
Oh, you don't think that you mean during the incident on the omnibus?
Yes, I expected so. It was very clear print and no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the omnibus. Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was Ah! Can I just exit out of them there? Can I exit out of this then? Because the four suspects we have... Yeah, the four suspects we have make no sense. If it's not Magnus, Gina, or Pop, there's no way it's Thrice Fired Mason. And I can't exit out of here, so I'm assuming that they're going to tell me. Thrice Fired Mason?
You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. It was definitely Thrice Fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. This is the redemption ticket for the coat, right? You know, Magnus's coat? Why the fuck would this be thrice fired Mason's blood? What? I am assuming they're going to tell me, but what? Hey, let's fucking hear it. Let's hear your reasoning. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday, suggesting the blood was already on it at that time. There's a smear of blood from that time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. So, are we going with Mr. McGilded? Oh, Mr. McGilded turned... No, he didn't turn in this ticket! If I am remembering correctly, he did not turn in this ticket. Well, I mean, maybe he... Oh, well... Shit, he probably got the ticket from Beppo. Or whatever the guy's name was. I guess it could be him. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make note of this. We did all we could in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, right? Conversed. Or if I need to present him something. Do we have to present something to him? Inspector, what do you make of this? What have we here then? A redemption ticket. Ah, the article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket and whatever paper was on hand. Yes, this is a ticket from McGilda's overcoat. The one that'll die. Oh. This is not. That's. Oh. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Then, think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Grexy. It isn't a signed ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So what's all this about, then, if I may be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket.
A second one?
It seems that Mr. McGill in fact had another article in storage here, wouldn't it?
He did? I did not notice that it was the same. Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, good, because he's so ever so easy to talk to. I guess I did need to present. This is like the first time this has really ever happened.
The ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat.
Eh? You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just a music box disc, it seems.
Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket...
Sorry about that.
Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Windpink.
Yes, I can see it right here. Small box, was it?
You have any idea where it is, Grexy? Any idea at all? It's another article that belonged to Mr. McGilda. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough soft from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. Articles held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in front. Well, we must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. Couldn't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. Information not written in the ledger.
I think we should at least have a look just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Kind of is.
Okay, don't need this.
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And I don't suppose would there be many of my humble self in the tale this time?
A good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await the publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You looking to be arrested, Sunshine?
I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have been your ladyship's head off, would you?
Alright. Well, let's see. I guess we get to move back to Winterbank's Bang Shop and see if we can't find something.
in one of the little boxes there.
Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by the original owners are offered for sale. That's right, they've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many.
Hold on. It is hot in this room. I have not pointed the fan towards me, so you're gonna see. Oh. That is nice. There we go. Nice breeze. One of the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that Mr. McGill deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes, it could be any one of them.
Mr. Shulman says the pawnbroker was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. Perhaps the small box of Mr. McGill contains something of very great value.
Well, if that's the case, he's probably kept it locked.
Hiya!
That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen.
Ah, this takes me back. It's been some time since Sasada-san last threw me. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. Even hard edit since assault was declared a crime scene in the early hours. Sifted through it in all shifts at least, but still. We're working through the night, that's for sure. We'll barely have scratched the surface. And pawnbrokers. Every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know. Crime of the pawnbrokers. We're blissfully unaware that all of this was about to happen. It's not that bad, surely. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came here. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here.
Really? Then we must tell Grexy once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. Stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I've been home in 2 days already. Need another constable to relieve me and take over me shift. That's a really rough time. The British, really rough time. The British police. No, I suppose not. Fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Yeah, the calendar is fucking covered in blood. Ah, look here. Oh. Oh, Hey, if that's the bullet that shot Sholmes, what did Sholmes have to go to surgery for? I mean, assuming, oh, you know what, closing up the wound, I guess, but...
Oh yes, another bullet hole. I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall.
Presumably Mr. Windenbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time.
Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
And all there, in all, it's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't even do it once.
Forget about that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet.
What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the camera. It's blood. It's Sholmes's.
Aha! This is where I come in.
Oh, right. The blood changes to be the same color as the sample from the storeroom. We all know it's Mr. Winterbank, then we'll know it's Mr. Winterbank's blood.
Exactly. Here we go then.
Bang! It's green. Hmm? I have a feeling it's fucking Holmes. It's Sholmes's.
Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windermere such a wicked trip?
Trip? It's not. That is not how you say trap in British. I doubt he set it out to scare anyone.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh?
Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not we will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind.
And if not, we'll change it for her.
Don't you remember Runo? He told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes. Yes, you did.
I love that they both hands on their hips, like, really?
The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, you better hurry up back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Alright, back to Gina.
Back to Miss Lestrade in a Cockney accent.
That everyone will probably hate me for. 15th April, 5:41 p.m. Local prison, cell 13. Gina, good. You're back.
Ah! The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Oh, it didn't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windbanks.
Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Don't change what everyone's saying. That I did it. That's not.
Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision.
Eh? What decision?
About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see.
She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. Where he's just so hard to bear. What we've uncovered. A couple minutes, I gotta take a break just so I can at least get some energy back in me. Just like walk around a bit. You know, maybe stretch.
Oh, alright then, blimey, give it a rest with them eyes. Them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime.
And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for your being in here in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. All representation in court. What we have to do now is hand them over to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow.
Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip 'em up and chuck 'em, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. The cell ain't fancy enough to ever been.
So, what will you do in court tomorrow?
I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen.
This is one stubborn pickpocket. Okay, well, present you with Iris' story manuscript. Found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris' latest story.
Ah! Right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. The box file that housed the manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? Who broke open the box containing this manuscript that last night? You were determined to find out whether the Heart into the Baskervilles was still there. The real reason you broke into the storeroom last night. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it?
Ah!
Why don't you tell us what happened? Please.
Alright, yeah, this Baskerville story. It's the latest Shrooms adventure, right? But I ain't been printed yet. So, I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh, that's at least £5,000. What?
So, you intended to sell Iris' manuscript, didn't you?
No. Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if that mantle script or whatever it's called was really there or not. It's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris' sake, isn't that right?
We knew why you did it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
What? I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it.
Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said that night before. on, let me stretch a bit. Let me just... God damn it. Hold on. Jesus. Whew. I'm gonna read this. Yeah. Sorry about all this yawning.
Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. All right. If I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris.
Oh, 1 second.
It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. I wanted to know if Mr. Jones was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris is a lot, but Iris is a lot ain't like wine. She's got a dad, and she can't say him. I reckon it's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of the great detective? How much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this tummy nonsense. You hear it? You hear? Yeah, I hate it.
Jesus, I hate this accent.
I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Cause if you don't trust no one can let you down. So just leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa.
I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Very suspicious red stains. Okay, those aren't red anymore.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? I
I think I might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Ow. Ah. Ooh, fuck. So, the blood samples, right? The stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I'd know whose blood yet.
What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, it could be the blood that splattered from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot last night.
Let's not beat around the bush here. A trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Oh. I didn't even see those stains. Oh.
What was purple? What did we establish purple was? Purple was, thrice-fired mason, right? Oh.
Oh my. What the?
Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The back color of the fabric is making the stains. That's why we hadn't seen them until now.
And the blood reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see, who had the purple blood? Ah yes, it was our brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
I knew it.
What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean?
Rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear.
It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oh, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story!
Oh, what? Converse, I guess. Truth of the omnibus case. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. Sorry, I'm eating my tonight. Just 1 second. Give me one second. Alright.
But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this is in his testimony.
Yeah, I wouldn't rush to the fellow bleeding from his stomach. He deposited evidence.
But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. Stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet.
No, that's what really happened. The blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the overcoat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood. He stabbed the victim in the stomach. That's not how blood splatter works. I don't think. But sure, I guess we'll count this as anime blood splatter, where if you stab someone once with a knife, blood goes everywhere. Just starts fucking spurting from this man's chest, and he's like fucking like just bleeding out like copious amounts of blood, and just a bunch of blood splatters fucking everywhere. Let's just count that as this. Ugh. Tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. True culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, it's Magnus McGilded. Yeah, we all knew that. Like, as soon as like before the trial even ended, I was like, yeah, no, Magnus did it. We had the first case we had, our client was actually guilty. So like,
Mr. Naruhodo,
Horrible case of salt at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. Used all the twisted testimony, all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen?
No. Did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilder was innocent?
I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in the court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
Before we get into a lawyer's weapon, I need to get up and stretch and shit. My tiredness is definitely catching up to me, and I really need it to need to get over this. So let's take a 10-minute break, as per the usual. And I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hello. I'm not sure if that was 10 minutes. Because I thought I started the 10-minute timer. When I really didn't. So, but we're back. I'm a little bit more awake, I guess. Went to the bathroom, walked around a little bit. Now I'm a little bit more awake. So anyway, a lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe in you, unwaveringly. That's funny, Gina.
Cool. Sounds like it's Empire of Japan. You come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter.
Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Belief in no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something?
What?
I just make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants to know now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. But I let everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after all that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial.
Are you half-baked?
Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. Pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina. I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to life than you yet realize. Hold on. What do you mean? The world we live in, it's a whole new world we live in. It's a whole new place to see.
Brand new attitude, still gotta catch 'em all. Be the best you can be. Sorry, I love that song. That's the best Pokemon opening. Don't fucking at me. Is that one? Johto Journeys. Everyone will swear by the original, and I love the original, but like, it just doesn't hold a candle, man.
It's full of people you do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh?
It's true that I'm just a student of the law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Oh, is she crying? Oh.
Then it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial.
Hold on 1 second.
It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You wasting lot of I don't know what you are. I just don't get you. I just don't get ya.
Ah, that tough girl facade. Gina's taking herself off the back, taking herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think.
Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Mr. Sato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody wasn't there before.
What? Is it? Oh, what? Gregson, suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Grexy?
Oh, dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in on our conversation?
Oh, whoops. Good grief, listening in. No. I just got word there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment later. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye, and bye-bye. What? That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate to her for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm pressing. Time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency that the Supreme Court dealt with the sharpest, Lord Strongheart will.
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off.
All right, Grixie, if you have to, but let's chat soon.
Delighted, Charles. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere.
Grixie's so funny. He says such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning into a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency at the Supreme Court.
I must attend to the court's clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there. I shall meet you there later.
And so, our investigation came to an end. Sada-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving. Leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Yeah. That does suck.
Naruto-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Schultz was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. Back to the news that her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words.
This is where they kiss, right? I mean, that would be appropriate, right? I mean, like, they do have the hots for each other, right?
I wonder why it is. So many thoughts raging in my head like a storm.
After a trying day like you've had, there's no wonder in my mind.
And yet I seem to be unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task?
Well, going back to Japan, let's.
It's just 2 months. Been just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office, and I'm finally feeling as though we're settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
Then, like a jewel, the light plays off of them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we've only seen a small number of the total facets of, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But here's hoping to one day it will all become clear. All the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruto-san.
Hold on, let me turn down the music just a little bit. I've noticed it's a tiny bit loud. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Now it won't cover up my voice. Suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even though the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much.
Sorry? I've what?
Oh, no, it was nothing unimportant.
There's a hint. There's a hint.
Do you know what time you'll leave to London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4.
Oh, Jesus, 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial.
Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate.
Ugh.
You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, you try.
What is the one final task as my judicial assistant? Is it to offer you your resignation letter?
I have to put my 2 weeks in, so...
You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot! Please, I want you to have this.
What is that? Some huge bundle of documents?
It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder was committed on the omnibus.
The McGilded case.
Seems to me that the case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case. In ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
With everything else she's had to think about, Sara-san still managed to do this, and all nearly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope it'll bolster your case for tomorrow for Gina.
Thank you so much, Sato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Oh, no, Susato! Darling, no! Don't be like that! You helped us immensely. There are cases where if you were not there, I would be like, oh god, I don't know what I'm doing.
Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
Oh, honey. Darling. I say this like, oh no, don't be so hard on yourself, as I am constantly hard on myself. As I am constantly going, ha ha ha, I'm a failure. I'm a disappointment. You know, constantly I'm doing that, and I'm like, that is just like a thing that people like me do, where I'm like, oh god, I'm so fucking bad at everything I do. But when one of my friends or someone I like goes, ugh, I'm so bad at everything I do, I'm like, excuse me, no you weren't. Don't talk to yourself like that. That's my friend you're talking about. You know, it's just like, I go up to you and I'm like, no, you're great. These things you're doing, you're great. And I'm like, I'm a bad person. You know, like I'm a disappointment. You know. McGilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Oh my god, can I please speak correctly with the correct tongue and lip movements that I must do to make sounds with my lips and my tongue?
Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room.
Susato-san, I
wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
Wait, there's something I need to say. Hiya! What the fuck? Bro, Susato, what was that?
Secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown.
Shutdown?
so weird to see her upside down.
Please, I implore you. If you have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Oh no, Susato, no! You're gonna make me cry. This is not the game I expected to cry on stream for. Sorry, there were tears in my eyes. Oh my god. The one game I expect to cry for on stream that I am planning on playing as soon as it comes out is Nirvana. Because Valhalla made me cry. I did not expect to have tears in my eyes. But Susato is just so precious. Like, I hate that she's like, I have to leave. And I'm like, no! Susato, no! I don't want my Maya of this game to leave. Oh, for those watching, who's your favorite Maya? Maya, there's Trucy, there's Athena, sort of. There's Susato, Iris, I guess, sort of. I think mine might have to be the original. Maya is definitely the best to me. Susato-san. Was there going to be a confession of love? It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. And yet, the idea of sleep seemed impossible. I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, I died. You know, it just sounded like, you know, your life flashed before your eyes, Naruhodo. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed and I fell into a deep sleep. You get dream sequences? You get a dream sequence? Probably not. You don't get dream sequences in these games. There has not been a to be continued for the end of part 4 of the... God, 17th of April, the small hours, St. Simon's Hospital, War 3. Yes, I quite understand. It is a great weight off my mind. Oh, hey! What? Rest assured, I put everything in place. Exactly as we have discussed. Sholmes? 1, what the fuck are you doing up? And 2, who the fuck are you talking to? Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. What? In place for tomorrow? What was... Susato? What? Hello? What? Hello? Hello? What? Okay, sure. I guess we're saving our progress here. What the fuck? Trial time. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets.
So began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th April, 9:32 a.m. Reward of Biller. Defendant's Chamber. Good morning, Gina. We're determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend then?
Sorry?
You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. I don't know.
Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off.
It's fine.
Gina's actually concerned about us. Like, look at that.
She's like, don't mind me. If you want to go see her off, then go see her off. It's fine by me.
She's like, look at that concern. She's like,
you sure that's okay?
I'm not. It's not as though Mr. Sato and I won't meet again one day.
Even so.
But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have.
Good morning, you two.
I knew it was.
Oh, she brought the cat.
Iris, I don't think cats are allowed in the courtroom.
Iris. Iris, why did you bring the cat?
Well, I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave her. She's just a kitten.
Iris, so are you. Go back home. Like, I could just imagine.
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep?
Cat's like, what am I doing here? Why am I here?
Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
I don't think cats are allowed in the courtroom. What? My guy is just like, I'm out. I am out. I don't want to be here. No fucking cat treats here. If I scratch shit here, I'll be put in jail.
Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty.
Listen, let him have a nose around. What harm could it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Reno, Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather have the bad news out of the way first.
No, always take the good news first. Might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news? There's a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain forecast is... wait.
Iris. Did you really just come here? Ah, yes. I think they would like to know the weather. You know, since they will be inside all day. The weather.
So even if the train is delayed, it should be to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give 'em monkeys, really.
All good news, if only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, the trial has made the headlines too. pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? Oh, you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Runo. You show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged Diver and Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Oh, yes. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here.
I can't tell if Ryunosuke is like, oh wow, that was really good in person, or she was like, yeah, it's like she was still here.
Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral and support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh, yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all. About Jones. They fixed him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
He has. Were you not allowed? Hold on, was he faking or was he? So if she went in to see him, and he hasn't come around yet, he had to be faking then. Or, they just didn't tell her the truth, which... shitty.
Yeah? I asked a friend of mine in Scotland Yard.
Okay, yeah, so she just...
to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment the moment there's news.
Oh, alright.
No Shisada-san, no Mr. Shomes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent to this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, trial's about to begin. Please don't make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Is Iris allowed in the courtroom?
Poor Gina. I'm trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. It's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. It's that. It's not is that. I probably read it as is that, but it was it's that. 17th April, 10 a.m. Old Bailey. I forgot to look in the fuck. I forgot to look in the court, the thing, the jury, see if there's anyone recognized. I looked immediately to the prosecution because I wanted to know if this followed the same thing as most Ace Attorney games. And by that I mean most Ace Attorney games, at least the trilogy, always had a different lawyer. Almost always had a different lawyer in the in the case. You know, like in the first game, it was Franziska's grandfather. Ah, shit. And then in the second game, Justice for All, that's the one. In Justice for All, it was Edgeworth, and in Trials and Tribulations, it was Gina for a little bit. Not Gina, sorry, Franziska. It's Franziska for a little bit.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call on the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters that concerned with high echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it a little more befuddling than befuddling, counsel.
There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I would never have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect a total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. All right, so you hate rich people and Japanese people. So yeah, rich people I can understand, but the second one you're just racist. Cool. Good to know. I hate the rich and the Japanese, says Lord Van Zeeks. What? Did he really just say that? Yeah. Ryunosuke was like, did he just admit to being extremely racist? Even in the 1800s. Like, that's weird. Yes, I understood that one, Iris. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Is it directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? Probably all Japanese people. He's a racist.
An alarmingly scathing opinion, Lord Van Zeeks. I should almost say that I should kick you out right now, since you would technically have reason to be biased in this case, since the lawyer across from you is Japanese. You know, it's kind of weird to admit that you're racist to the person that you're racist to. Still, the judiciary welcomes back the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
Anyone oh, well. Recognize at least 4 of them. technically 5 if you count that guy, and if you count this guy right here. He was that Russian from the papers. I wonder if they're gonna try to say he's a different, the old man's a different character because he's in a doctor's uniform. He's got his hands up. He's like, I'm sterile. Don't touch me, I'm sterile.
Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto. Lordship is very appropriate here, I think.
What? Oh god, he's going to be cross-eyed the entire trial. And of course, someone with the stereoscopic thing's going to be here, because it's going to be very important.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't believe I can't have left it in there. It's not.
Oh no.
It's like.
That's not a good thing to hear from a doctor. Hey, has anyone seen my pretzel? After a surgery, hey, has anyone seen my pretzel?
But could I have it?
Down with the patriarchy, says juror number 5.
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Also, are we just going to, like, discount the fact that these look like they're trying to be different characters, but they are clearly the same people we saw beforehand? And this one's going to be Russian.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Isn't he the one that's, like, supposedly trying to destroy the Crystal Tower? Isn't that like a thing that's happening? Wait, didn't he say that they were citizens of London? If you're visiting, you're not a citizen, are you? I don't think that's how visiting laws work.
I am visiting London.
I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen random, and there's from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. I'm visiting London. I like visiting, like...
Wassail all over the town. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. I have just noticed he has a sword around his waist. Has he always had a sword around his waist? I know we've always had a sword around our waist. You know, since our buddy died, but I don't remember seeing a sword around Lord Van Zeke's waist. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder.
Can I just say, the expression change for the general was fine. But, like, the fact that he did not change it, the fucking Mr. Stereoscopic Vision did not change his expression. And kept being cross-eyed. I'm trying to focus. God, fucking hell. I was trying to do cross-eyed again, sorry. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents the photographic print of the crime scene. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Are we really sure? Is Gina that fucking short? Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
The autopsy report has been entered in the court record. The crime scene photograph has been... yeah, okay. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he keeps articles pawned to him. The window of this room is a single point of entry. A door to the main pawn shop was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. Right. Oh, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs in the slum in the East End. Oh well, it's only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then.
What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell!
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume that they're guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Good gracious!
Why is he always so surprised that there were witnesses?
Someone witnessed this crime? Oh my god!
Especially, like, the ones that were committed in, like, broad daylight. Well, the ones that were committed in the omnibus was like...
My word, there were witnesses? Oh my god!
Like, yeah, there were people on the omnibus. After their testimony, the girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pig purse or cold-hearted killer. Alright. Let's get to those witnesses. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor, I mean, and Winterbank's gun.
This isn't good.
I feel like the mood has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it has. It's time I threw off my Dracula cloak. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on the 16th of April of this year of our Lord 2021. I mean 1900 and some odd year. Oh my god. Nash Skulkin. Also, Mario Luigi. Like, you could not have disguised that anymore. They even, like, Luigi even has the Luigi mustache. Like, and like Mario's portly, he's fucking big. Why do they got rosy cheeks? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation, Beatty. Professional Beatty.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. He's not part of your trio. The three Skulkin brothers. Why are you looking at me like me? Don't lump me in with you lot. Call blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through?
It's our older bruv. Lost contact him we have. Scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we came across you. Very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash, he is. Very spit of him.
So we decided that there and there what we was going to do. What we was going to call you.
Big Bruv Skulky. Big Bruv Skulky.
Are they allowed to have this fruit in here? Well, he's probably got fish and chips, so. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And Sulky Skulkin? That's before he's running out of chips. Well then it... well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord. My name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witnesses' stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. In the course of the nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say with an extraordinary what an extraordinary coincidence. Sorry. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. I love this. You gotta have a box.
I love that there's at least like one person per trial that's gotta have a box to stand on.
Sorry. Order!
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Stoken. Mr. and Mr. Stoken, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to! Because a skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Illegal entry. Alright, I'm gonna take another break. I've been tired. I've just been fucking hell. Alright, so we're gonna take a small break. Small 10-minute as usual. And I will actually start the timer this time. Right, I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have anything you need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys, oh god. Hold on. In a bit.
Got a snack. Hello. We're back. We're back with Mario Luigi. I should start just playing clips of Mario and Luigi over their speech pattern. Oh, like from the Mario RPGs, like the really stereotypical, like stupid Italian that is like not even Italian. Shit. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff's door was ajar. See? No, it was a door. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. What was we got inside? Core blimey Jimmy. Lummy? The fuck? Core blimey Lummy. He had a gun shop in the back room. Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment the miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime seen in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Illegal entry. Let's see if I can't find out what the hell I need to do beforehand. So wait, let me... Walking down Baker Street, small hours in the morning. Like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. As we got inside, Core Blimey Lummy, we heard a gunshot in the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. Never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing, and we left that nice and quiet. Yeah, that's bullshit. Just because of the gunshot, but don't think we have. Well, let's start pressing, I guess. I don't think I can find out anything right now.
Hold it!
The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Oh, must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? Place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky? Me old mucker? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment... Oh, shit. Oh yeah, that's my workout alarm. Oops. Oh, hold on, let me... There we go. Alright. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture.
Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. Oh, right, that's what happened. Okay. Oh, it's L. Right. Let me just... What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, I say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, no two ways about it. It was a sign our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. Let us see the bloke what looks like our bruv. I said cut it out. Chips are getting a chomping today. Got inside, core blimey, yep.
Hold it!
Gunshot, you say? Just the one, are you sure about that? Yup, just the one. Just the one, Governor. Can swear to that. It was, Naz, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used to belong to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can consider with considerable certainty say that the only round was discharged from the firearm was the murder weapon used.
Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court, the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful.
Hold it!
You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Bitch, I've been there! I just wanted to know! Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was in behind a curtain and all. That's right. We arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of the gunshot, I think. Yeah, I already did that. Well, technically I didn't do that today. I didn't work out with Ring Fit. I actually did the bike machine for 10 minutes because I couldn't go any farther. My legs were not having it today. Ugh. Your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Oh, well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you don't say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways, hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen of the latter inclination, my Lebanese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Okay, yeah, Van Zeeks, that is just a blatant lie. You are lying to the court.
Alright. Somehow I just proves I was a coward that night. This motion. I love like just looped animations. Looped animations give me life, especially when they're dumb. I remember in Full Metal Alchemist, the one guy was like, I made fun of that so hard. I was like, "What is this?" Oh, oops! I did not mean to do that.
What do you think about this pair, Bruno?
I think they're lying through their teeth. That's what I think. I'm going to prove it. What is it, Iris?
Well, not really sure. There's just something a bit funny about the prosecutor over there.
Hmm? Wait, could this testimony be some sort of trap? Probably. This guy has always set traps for us. All prosecutors set traps for us.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out. Me Lucy Lockets.
I'm sorry. You're what? Oh, with no time to your pockets. Got it. So with no time to take down your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say?
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace loving nibblers we are, not burglars, but bulgers.
What did he fucking say? Bludgers.
We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy Lockets.
So you clearly like us. So you clearly like us to believe.
Eh? Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Ah!
Oh, blimey, Governor!
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was. He's like, we just assaulted a fucking... Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. We rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, the pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. The suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. At least he's agreeing. At least he's like, you know what? There was a firearm there. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to... That looks... Hey, does that not look a lot like the gun we actually saw in the cutscenes with Mr. Windibank? It looks a lot more like the gun, or I am hallucinating, and I'm just blind. It could just be blind, but it really could just be blind. Yeah. Oops, I didn't read that.
Yes, indeed, remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you'd say, Counsel.
So, He's like, I am not understanding what is going on. Can I please get the bus to the Crystal Tower?
The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Skulkin Brothers' gun has been the court record. Now, my learned Japanese friend. Yes? Here's you successfully presenting the evidence. Yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on the gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Don't we have evidence of that?
Objection. Objection.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left the window banks that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows the witnesses unloaded a...
Okay, let me... Hang on here. I'm going to stick a box. There's a destroy manuscript. Blood samples. Goes in case notes, today's paper. I would assume the blood sample, right? I would assume the blood samples, just because we don't have the calendar as evidence. But we do have blood on the calendar. And a bullet. Which we actually did not take as evidence. Because we couldn't. Oh, okay, wow, it actually has pictures of where we found these. I actually did not know that that was a thing.
Take that.
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth do you have there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. I really hate Van Zieks. You're supposed to hate Van Zieks, right? You're supposed to. Most of the prosecutors in these games, except for the Pains, like, most of the main prosecutors of these games have some likability to them. Because they at some point start to do the right thing, or actually have a bit of a conscience, like Edgeworth, Franziska a little bit, and Godot, and Black Quill, like all at some point start to show like, hey, we have consciences, we have consciences. Like, we know when to do the right thing. This guy has never once shown an ounce of even respect for us. Like, even Franziska, was I think at some point admitted that, like, we were doing a good job. Like, oh, good job of you. Like, you've done it. You've bested me, or like, you've actually shown competence in the courtroom. He has never once done this, and I hate that. Well, anyway, we analyzed the blood samples we found on the recorded results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have evidence this court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
This one. The most recent one we have.
Take that.
What is that? Explain! Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery of the day of the incident.
from the scene of the crime, is it? Is that...
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but that indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right, and while it is irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence. This is credible evidence that witnesses did fire a round from the gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah! He's about to fall off his box.
Order! How does the persecution stand, Lord Van Zieks?
I stand fucking smugly and sip my wine. That is how I stand, Your Honor. If that's the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice, aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. What? Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally, and like the bold baddies they claim to be, open fired on the new rivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You won't land us in the soup. We had a deal. We weren't. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke right. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. This is illegal. He's like, this is like I need to watch the Legal Eagle ones where it's like a lawyer looks at, you know, the Ace Attorney games. I need to see these. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nepalese friend a word of gratitude. Oh, fuck. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have heavily confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks?
As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, that shot found its target in Mr. Shones. Oh, so it couldn't have been. I'm sorry, I have combos. These are really good and really addictive. I'm gonna be eating these. In other words, these two men have no material connection with the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it. It's both the handshake and the little one's face. Mario over there. Mario looking ass. Luigi's got a good one too, but his one is just like, fucking hell. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. It's Ringo. We didn't, Ash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, attempt to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas?
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It seemed the man patronized the pawnbroker in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentrics? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that. Don't give me that look. It's all a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, it's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It is the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, they would be caught red-handed. We have to see every single one of them.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. I refer to the court of the plan of the premises. The prospective positions were here and here. Sorry, that was very attractive, I know.
Say these cameras produce a print every half hour? I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if an anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
And that is what we said. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
It must have been after 1. Right, bruv?
Must have been Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just got one. Just gone one.
In which case, minutes before the brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Yeah, that's not a good look, Gina. Gina, why didn't you tell us that you threatened Mr. Windibank with his own fucking revolver? My thoughts exactly, Judge. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it. Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Windibank.
Ah!
Uh-oh. It's the juror.
I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put my word in at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a ballot bulletin near the Battle of May 1, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from the service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading a small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one.
Okay. Get to the point. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are ought to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. This is Garrideb. That's right. That is the Garrideb squadron's position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Status report for the court, men, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too.
I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I can reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Oh my god. He's still on about, like, leaving something in a patient, I assume.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Now, can I please go to Crystal Tower?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah, you know what? I can imagine that voice on him.
Guilty. He sounds like, what's his face from the Anastasia movie? Hold on. Sorry, there's a joke in my friend group. There's a show that we used to do, Longbox Legends. Go check it out. Type in Longbox Legends in the YouTube search bar. The first episode was of them retconning New 52, basically. And then, but we got to the Batcave. We got to a picture of the Batcave in that book. And Chris was like, "What? Why is there a T-Rex?" And I was like, and Chris and I looked at each other, like, "There's always been a T-Rex in there." He's like, "What? You can't just gloss over that." I was like, "It's just always been there. Have you never watched the Batman?" It's like, "No, I didn't have a TV back then." I was like, "Okay, fair." But And he's just like been obsessed with this fucking dinosaur. This fucking T-Rex in the Batcave. And he's just never, he's like, fucking, why is there a T-Rex in the back? It's like, cause it's his trophy, you know? It's like, it's a big-ass penny, you're not picking it. Why is there a big-ass penny? You didn't know there's a big-ass penny in there? We had this whole discussion on the episode, it's great. But anyway,
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
no, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Very well, the court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all the members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my ships.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
All right. Judicial findings. The jurors contentions. Hold on. All the evidence clearly points the finger at the guilt of this young pickpocketer.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
What are you doing? I am playing games and also texting friends. How are you doing, Batata? What are you doing? I'm depressed. Aww. I'm alive. Well, hopefully I can make you feel better. Survivor. That's good. That's good that you're alive and you're a survivor. That's good. I don't know why you're depressed, and I'm not going to pry if you don't want to say. But I hope I can help you tonight with streaming Ace Attorney. Sexy, I like you. Thank you. Thank you for that. My study and lifestyle. Oh, well, study usually does depress. It might just. I guess it's just one of those days then. Huh, Matata? It's one of those days. I've been like that. In fact, I don't have friends, just people who just want sex. Ooh. Yeah, that. Sorry to hear that. I wouldn't know how to actually help, but I hope I can help by streaming. I hope I can help by just being here and doing my silly stream antics. I have to laugh. Why do you have to? I mean, it's good to laugh. Very good to laugh. Laughing is good. Alrighty.
Think you'll find if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
No one has at all said anything about what we're talking about here.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict Apollo. Stop.
In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Yeah, we've established that.
Circumstances of the crime and the evidence do not implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim, very nice accent, thank you, and the accused were discovered alone. And yet, in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Takers on chap who see action at the battlefield. Young girls on the verge of pulling the belly trigger.
Very nice capture card. Stop falling. Position. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I have given her a different accent. Fuck.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. I mean, there's more to the situation that we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Jury examinations. The defense's rebuttal. All the evidence clearly points to the finger at this young pickpocketian. Hairline agent. Thank you. As I asked before, are they receding yet? I have an uncle who was around bald at my age. So I might have gotten his genes. I don't know. I'm not sure what a fucking receding hairline looks like. At least it's not all just widow's peak by like Vegeta. Am I right? $35, you'd be bold and sexy. I'm not so sure. Some people find bald sexy, but I don't know. There's beauty in baldness, and one day it will be long hair. And not everyone goes bald. Some people just get gray or white hair. Look, none of these guys have anything just juror number one is like, oh, all evidence points to this, but she's just like, as a housemaid, I should see all of the eyesores promptly eliminated. That has nothing to do with the case. Think you'll find that look at the photograph and the stereo, the truth will pop out. That tells me nothing. That is literally not about the case. She has already fucking decided. And he's not very helpful either. I'm gonna guess. I have to press.
Hold it!
Feel a big bisexual energy emanating from you. That is because I am bisexual. The energy emanating from me. My bisexual aura. So hold on. Let's talk. I just had this wonderful idea. What if, when people were born, they were actually born with an aura around them that some people could see, and it would tell you what their sexuality was? Would that be hilarious? Like, great or bad? Like, feel like you are secretly a furry that likes Futanari. Not a furry, and I decline to answer about the Futanari thing. You have no proof. Well, I will say that I'm not a furry, but I don't dislike furries. They can do whatever the fuck they want, as long as they're not fucking animals or hurting no one. You know, like, as long as they are not hurting anyone, as long as they're not hurting anyone, and they're not doing it with animals. that fucking, that emote. Oh, sorry. That emote, what the hell? I see you don't believe me. You're Mr. Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Garrett, aren't you? You really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer tip. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were there to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? You like children fudge? Depends on your definition of like children. I can tolerate them. I've been seeing your friend Harry. Oh! Nice. How's he doing? I haven't seen him in a while. But it depends on your definition of like. If the children are fucking well behaved and cute and especially well behaved, like, that's great. Interesting guy. So I've heard from him. But if the child is a screeching demon whose mouth only emanates the sound a demon would make, then no. Those kids are not well behaved. As long as they're like tolerable, like I'm fine. But as soon as they start screeching and running around and just being like assholes, that is when I have a problem with them. I work in retail. This has happened a lot. Just let the parents walk away for a while and they let it. Yeah. When the parents leave their child and their child is just wreaking havoc, I'm like, can you be a parent? Please? Jesus Christ. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to guilty or anything. Not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The Castle Garrett house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a ballast soul to take up the tenancies. Oh, I'm with a 5-second delay. That is a Twitch thing that I can't really help. If I could help that, I would, but that is definitely a Twitch thing. Hadn't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. Not for us. That's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course, there can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. I love cats. I'm just allergic to them. I love seeing cats. I start, my nose starts plugging up. If I touch a cat and then touch my eyes start to get puffy. I was at the vet a couple of days ago to bring my puppy in, to see if the chocolate covered raisins she got into were, bad. And they were, but she was fine, and hopefully, like spanking. Not really. I think I tried that. wasn't super into that, but I went to a vet for my puppy because she's still in there right now. But from what I heard of the doctor this morning, she's still doing fine. But we'll be getting her back tomorrow. But there were definitely cats there because one nostril was clogged up the entire time I was there, and I had touched my eyes at some point, and they started to get puffy. So that there were cats there. I already saw a couple cats, come in with little cat carriers. They were adorable. I love cats, but I tried to I kind of like it, but I dislike this humiliation. Yeah, there we go. that's a thing too. My friends have cats, so that sucks. I'm gonna have to two of the places my friends live in have cats, so I'm gonna have when I visit, I'm gonna have to pack Benadryl. I'm gonna have to. If I'm gonna visit them, I'm gonna have to pack Benadryl. Calico cat. Oh, those are cute. Those are cute. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Trying to think. Trying to think. What can I pit against? Because, all the evidence clearly points is a housemaid. I think you'll find if you look hard at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. This has nothing to do with the case. These guys already decided, and this one is not super helpful either. I'm gonna guess we have to press every single one of these statements. So.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
Maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. Place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen. Scum of the earth.
Wow. Dude. I know this is London in the 1800s, but Jesus.
A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
She hates the poor, yes. Yes, she does. Most people actually hate the poor, actually. Most people in this game. Also, a lot of people hate Ryunosuke because he's Japanese. Because racism. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Now I'm just imagining Herlock Sholmes in a maid outfit. Playing a racist game. Hey!
It's a period piece. Which means racism is going to be here. Oh, I just can't. No! Please do not. I cannot handle the pressure. Mr. Sholmes, a maid?
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. But she didn't shoot?
Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Holmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement.
They should swing. Wow, okay. Jesus. What she means is they should be hanged. Wow, okay. They should swing for shooting the Great Detective. My god. So about this guy. What do you mean look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection.
Yeah. There's no indication the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is, if you look at the same print in stereo, you can reel off all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how did you know? What? Well, the fact that you're cross-eyed and the fact that you have fucking two prints in front of your face, a little bit of an indicator. Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the same two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find the stereoscope is here to stay. Nice mustache, sir. Thank you. I have declined to shave it because I like my mustache. Need to shave this though. I have also declined to shave my chin because I like this. I need to trim it though. I need to trim these. I need to ask if I can borrow my dad's trimmer. Cause like there are some like hairs that are just like way too long for their own good, and I'm like, I need to cut these. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only I could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Yeah. I almost shouldn't press this.
Hold it.
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time? Need to ask someone permission to say. Well, my dad has he has a beard trimmer. It's his, so I need to ask if I can use it. You know, like if I am allowed to use it. He gets stingy with stuff of his, so I need to ask him. Oh no, I don't know. He is not at all. He is no. The only thing I share of him is facial hair pattern a little bit, and his high cholesterol. That's all. And some of his opinions. It's like minor opinions I share. We are very opposite people. To the point of I am excited to the point I will be super excited to get away from him when I can move out. I just don't like the fact that I have to. Oh, it's just for feel you got high cholesterol. Yes, I do. Oh no. It hasn't affected me too much. Not that I know how cholesterol really affects a person, but from what I can tell, you're talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
Oh, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by. He's in a doctor's uniform.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, aren't it?
What? One day we'll move out and we'll be happy. Yes. Well, I'm not too happy about leaving my dog behind and leaving my mom behind, but fun to move too. Well, that's good. That's a good aspiration.
Even though me and my kind are the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it you think you've left behind?
Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went through in the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Figured. What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's why I've been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course not. Of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. Jesus, just lay it out, dude. It's exactly my concern. I'm seeing this case appears to be all but sewn up.
And you focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. But that guy was of no fucking help.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Second. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Rail mail steamers take more than a month to complete their journey. Oh, but now we have electric telegram. So we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It's my head hurts just thinking about it. Is that a thing, though? You are well informed, young lady. The cables seem to become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to cut. Yes? Hold on one sec. Okay. That was Mother. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over our highways to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. I love this. Just. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Hold on. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Journal number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again, go on! I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look around at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. She got a point. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? Pardon. I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example.
had pair of photographs from the crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope. It could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before.
What?
Have you got any Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Absolutely, yes. How about this print here? The trick, I think.
This one. Didn't mean to examine. Present. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
This is the only one I have.
I don't think. But sure. Wait, sorry? What do you mean one more print? Oh dear. Don't you have those in have these in the far east? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Runo? What? You need 2 photographs from a stereoscope, remember? No, I think you'll find. The clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial... We don't have later in the trial, Iris. I think you'll find that the know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Okay, well... Another shot from a slightly different location needs to see the 3 demand. Oh, well, I know where to get that, technically. Motherlid, we say that was just very close. Brace.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. Even he recognizes him. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. It looks like... I look like Wishy's criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. That is not an answer. It's a very non-answer. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like Wishy's criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they're criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Yeah, maybe they went inside pawnbroker shop, but they have done nothing wrong. It is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runo? The jurors are chosen at random, the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. God damn it.
If I can't change the minds of half of these six, more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. Now,
We know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
yes, we need to find some contradictions in what these jurors are saying and put them against each other. So we were to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Evidence clearly points to the finger. Okay. His brothers are scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the rear detective. Well, yeah, I know. Okay, now I know what to press, right? Other way, we say never judge yet. Pit and journal number 2. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Little reading his book is like, what is contradiction? Oh, easy's response. Hello, I am visiting London. Please, can I please get on a bus to the Crystal Tower?
Good lord, counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement contradictory.
Contradict. C-O-N. Jar number 6. You got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. Okay, Drax. They do not go over my head. My reflexes are too fast. I would catch it. I do not have stick. I have mouse. He just keeps going. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night of the question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. A-B-D... Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing the stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. He was shot in the he was shot in the part of a person's body containing the stomach and other vital organs. That better? You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you're telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Duh, it is double negative. You know what a double negative but not an abdomen? You know what a double negative is but not a fucking abdomen? Or a contradiction? Like, double negative is a contradiction. Fucking hell. Yes, that's exactly right. The poor mouse. Please let him go. He looks uncomfortable. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. Brothers were lying, so now I trust no one. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. Hold on. I'm afraid it won't be possible. Yes, it is, you know, easily. Sorry?
It's the prince that from Hurley's round-handed recorder.
Ah,
To compare the print of the the pictures to Ginny in the next print of the half hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Cooey?
Tut tut. Calling on the prosecutor in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke the shop is this one. Hold on. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced of the camera a half hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot, then? As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
It's adjusted slightly. Ooh. I can't notice anything obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot me, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Not guilty. Please. Please. Please, where are my beats?
Yay, well done, Rue. Now the balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. Must be more on what these jurors say that I can expose the truth. Blue. If I can do that, we might just turn the situation into our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Oh god, and kindly hand that new photograph in front of the bailiff as filed as evidence. Look at that! Now we have 2 photographic prints. I wonder who I should show them to. The print of the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. In Lake of Lies, there are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. I guess press now. No, unless you try. Yeah, this will be. Now we can. Oops.
Take that!
We can present both photographs, and he can go, "Oh, look at that! Wow! I can reach out and touch it." All right. Just need one more photographic print, and I'll amaze you all. Oh, I forgot X to press. X to present. I mean, God. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera that Windbanks on one night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye. Yes, okay, we know how stereoscopic images work, please. We had a detailed explanation last time.
yes, yes, yes. No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for a scene three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh! Oh! Of course, now I see. Now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have! Oh, Jesus! Something about it. It's just... I have discovered it! I can't cross my eyes. I'm trying to. I've been trying to, like... Tried to last time, but I just couldn't. Or I did, and I just didn't notice. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Come on. Of course there is. There are two people in the first... That's not what he meant. That's not what she meant. Oh, yes, you can see that straight away, but now... Try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So start with... Cross your eyes and then make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Wait. Ah! What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter just sort of they just jump out at you. I'm sorry. I've already seen Iris cross-eyed, but then the judge came in and was like, oh. And then Van Zeke said the thing, and he was like, oh, I see. Oh my god, it was the funniest fucking thing. Oh my god. Oh god, that was so good. I wish I could see that scene again. Can I replay that? Can we just roll that back and play it forward again, please? Fuck. Oh my god, I just... Yes, that's it, you see! That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes! Other amazing power? Oh my god! Everyone is cross-eyed now! Carrot Tab is like, ooh. Someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at the 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. A slight shift in the photographic of certain objects lets you see the pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the table haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their position. Yes, there must have been.
Now hold fire there, sir. Get a reasonable grasp of the whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on. You're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I have the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. First photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the other photograph was taken. But there's no item count. Yeah. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zookers? Might as well just have fucking said zoinks then. What the hell? Zookers? I wish Snake was here. Or any other British person. Zookers?
Someone tampered? New information. Stop. No, not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop.
Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you right now? Of course. See, right now is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift of the... Okay. I want to know... Oh, what the fuck? Okay, so not only do their facial hair match the Mario Brothers, the stature match the Mario Brothers, and the one is tall and one is short. It's the fact that the shorter one is the older brother. These are just a Mario Bros. Reference, but they're criminals. I would assume it's one of the brothers. Records, save.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. That does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says duke is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is that what you're saying? Well, they had enough time to pull a gun, so yeah. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. Perfectly possibly she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. Except she was in the back room with Mr. Windibank.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem as my wow. Are we going to the it would seem as my learned friend indicated that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. Oh, he's pointing it fucking as my learned friend indicated, fucker. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter.
All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pickpurse. How did she not know we explained this? I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right to and proper to thoroughly scrutinize the testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said.
Huh?
I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. That shady pair.
Oh my god! Since he's a doctor, he fucking mashes it with his head. I didn't notice that. That's so funny.
He's like, I'm sterile. Don't touch me, I'm sterile.
Can you all see now?
I think you'll find stereoscopes are odd playthings. You've seen the extraordinary potential firsthand.
All heartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Alright.
Ruling guilty, falling not to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. Aye, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What? What?
you should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. I would have 2 nickels, but I would only have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it's happened twice or more. The stereoscope.
Lord Van Zeeks will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Won myself another chance to probe the pair about their activities that night at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Is this end of part 1? Yes! Alright, we are getting there. Also, I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'm going to take a 10-minute. We haven't had one in close to 2 hours now. Well, more closer to... Yeah, whatever. We haven't had a break in a while. So, let me save my progress. And then now, we'll take a small 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have anything that need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll be having our friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Sorry, I'm a little late. I got distracted by a really fun comic TikTok. Anyway, we're back. Hello. There's a save. Just preemptively. Fuck. There was a fly attacking my face. I just preemptively switch headphones. Sword sticking out. Fucking just.
Order! Please, order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the Defense Council's summation examination?
Oh, yeah, Governor. Oh, yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov, I did. I did, Gov, I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Cole, blimey.
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks. I don't need to... I am it was a little clogged up in the throat. I'm a little phlegmy at the moment. However, that was a lie. You brothers...
Cole, blimey.
On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
Oh, we never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that one out? How do you figure that one out? That out?
Oh, they're like,
Excuse me. Fuck.
You will now give formal testimony once again. We tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time we will tell the truth.
each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gaffer. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach, God.
We'll peach. Ah, we'll peach because he's Mario. And he'll enter the whole truth.
Alright, we did knock a few things over. We weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it did have given me a fright. We was thinking the suit had come out and out the door and get us next. We took everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black. Oh, we couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We'd never had a chance, did we?
So you admit the defense's accusation? We did indeed ransack Mr. Winterback's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah.
Fancy's is like, oh my god. Why of all things, why of all people, did these two have to be the witnesses?
Sorry.
By their own admission, the brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled up on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can you make it sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't just be coincident that these men showed up at the Winterbanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Cross-examination. Alright. Alright, we did knock these things over. Yeah, so... I wonder if I have something already. Lifeline. Let's examine. Oh! Picture of lab. Picture of dog. Okay. Hold on. Oh, yeah, see, why is the lamp broken now? Let me, hold on.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we're exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, that people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, we old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. It's, that's rotten luck, says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? But we never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we decided we'd hide the place up. It's like, sorry. Fucking. No.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much that you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. A bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright, blimey. Me dead granny would have woken up with that bang. A big bravo here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over the counter. Knocked over a load of books, candlesticks, and some skull and whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette. It knocked over a picture frame. We knocked some scales on the floor. You really mastered working quickly then. What a racket! What a racket! Me granny would have scared back into a grave at a clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise, and then some. It was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam! Bam!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now what Mr. Skulkin just said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably it's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for a questioning last night. The statement they gave it told a slightly different story about what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gav, might have. Did this ring a bell? Now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps it's been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more than sloppy than it is hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy. We'll go right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you miraculously return to your questionable mind, sirs. Right you are, Gav.
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously.
Oh, we did, Garth, we did. We did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, we had a kind of wavering voice for the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! That's good! That's good! That's a good reenactment, that's funny. That kind of thing. That kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter, it was. From the storeroom, the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Oh, me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, because it was. Of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank at the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. No. We didn't know the old geezer. How am I supposed to know it when that bloke in old fancy club was giving us the evil eye? You value your lives and will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life, if it is. On his granny's life, it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. Summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the soft floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after, like good little boys. Anyway, way I see it. But what on the place was holding a gun, so you should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
Yeah, so that's a bit of a fucking lie. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. His own head. As joked about many times. That someone being himself, of course.
Grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, for lovingly misguided.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger on the other night. Only the person he was going to shot beat him to it. Corked his goose proper. Bet he wished he squeezed his trigger instead of wasting the time shouting, "Give me that gun."
It was more or less at the same time, Gov.
Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed. And we got someone hitting the deck. But before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Well, I already know what to present.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. Got the picture.
Yes, naturally, yes. No question.
And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken suitably short time prior to the victim's death. The chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right.
Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel.
And heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
Skulkin's never skulkin'.
You didn't do the turn. Damn. Oops.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life.
It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up, mate. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside.
Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through a keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights.
We had to cut and run before we noticed everything everything like that.
We're still cutting our teeth up in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. As we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body. The accused were not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Una was there, in there unconscious with a gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to, God. Ow. Took everything back where we found it and scarf it straight into him in the black, okay.
Present. I know, press.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, we was a bit hasty there.
We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, you don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, you should make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note, miss.
After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we got dodgy. We looked dodgy to the coppers or something. So they clapped the derbies on us like winking.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh? Yeah.
Hold it!
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in.
And at that time, the victim was already in the storeroom. We've forced upon to open the door by the accused who had the gun in his hand, a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct?
You got it right, mister.
Down to a T. The Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true? I wonder. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. He's such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. More than a feeling! More than a feeling! Woke up this morning and the sun was gone. Put on some music to start my day. I've no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movements of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in your brain and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you describe. You concluded that there's something suspicious about the testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Yeah. You know what, let me examine some of the evidence. Oh wow, we are full on evidence, holy shit. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley forbid me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Jones is a family friend of someone who has that name or something.
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Oh, I didn't mean to... Fuck. Damn it. Shit. And to inspect. Oh, Milverton, hey. Now we have a fucking last name. I didn't mean to... Fuck! God damn it. I have lost 2 of those because I accidentally presented something when I meant to examine it.
Pawnbroker perishes in pig press plunder. How awful.
Virginia, I mean. Tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver as Dallas Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud Pickpocket
Protects planet post-trial. Perhaps. Protects planet?
I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
Is she Captain Planet? She's our hero and take pollution down to zero?
Captain Planet, he's a hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero.
Ministry Mole classifies secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, guy certainly has a finger on the pulse of the world news.
Secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possibilities so far. You looking for a new career, Runa?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Stronghart was talking about yesterday?
Yes, it could be. And I could explain why he has Gracie running from pillar to post at the moment.
Oh, okay, cool. It's nothing to do with the trial, though. So, right now, at the very least. Okay, let's examine. No other visible signs of trauma. Examine that. Examine that. Examine that, though. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Winterbank always used to keep the gun in his hand on the shop counter.
But only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand.
That's right, to keep all pawned articles within his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Back in his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? So there's ammunition still loaded in this 6 revolver cylinders.
Exactly. Well, early in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through the Windbank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Oh, darling. Darling, that's illegal. Darling, don't do anything too illegal, okay? And that.
I have to pop your 2 prints in there.
Oh. When we look through the eyepieces. Oh my god. Oh. Maybe that I'm not thinking straight because I'm a little tired. But I don't know what the fuck to do.
Damn it. We gotta. Can I present that photo again? Actually, hold on. Oh no, that does look like this revolver. Fuck.
Objection! Objection!
Okay, so yeah, we can still present it. So, I don't know what the fuck to do with that. Because it's like, oh, well, I mean, you have a point, but you really don't. Is there another... Hmm. God, I don't know what the fuck to present. But I think maybe presenting the gun.
Objection!
Nope. Maybe present the other gun. If not, I'm restarting that save.
Objection!
No. Okay. Figured. Yeah, just gonna load this in. Jesus. Gotta be one of these two statements, right? I don't know what to present. It's... and where to present it. Can't so much time. There's not much time in the stream left, so let me go ahead. Let's look this up real quick.
spell. Two. And holding it if students were negative. Present the autopsy report or the crime scene photograph when prompted in order to prove it. There was no prompt that I remember. Press?
Hold it!
Life. Life, of course it was. There was nothing that prompting me to. Well, okay, well, let's present the autopsy report then. Where's the autopsy? I am confused. That's what that's how I am.
Objection!
Yeah, no, that's not what I need to do. So you know you are beefy, I guess. Hello? Okay, so let's press it again.
Hold it!
I don't need to press. Oops. Can I present at this point? No, I cannot. There was no prompt. What am I missing? Because it was like, because in this guide I am reading, it says fucking like We already know that Mr. Rezag. Then present the crime scene at the new statement 3, which I did. We already know that it was Mr. Winterbank, owner of Oliver, that was used to kill him. Gina was found holding it. The brothers were dramatically reenacted, but their interpretation is the problem. If this was true, then Mr. Winterbank would have been facing Gina and he would have been shot in the chest, which is not the case. Present the autopsy report or the crime scene photograph when prompted in order to prove it. There is no prompt. Murder, yes. So, okay, let's present it again and see if I get a prompt somehow now. Or hold on.
Objection.
Okay. Okay, so that's bullshit. They said you can either provide the autopsy report or the crime scene photograph. I fucking did the crime scene photograph. I did the autopsy report, and they're like, "No, dude, that doesn't prove shit." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right, whatever, fuck it." So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Yes, you Gov. You got a picture? He has, Nash, he has, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett. Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Well, yeah, that mole tutor was using the mole tutor? Was the victim knows got to finish him off? Give me that gun. Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it.
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was reading that wrong. Okay. Whatever. It would be... Here is where we can start doing the prompts like, you can provide either this or this. The final moment you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, Counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Run the autopsy report. To get vindicated here.
Take that.
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me the gun," followed by a gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah. But it's God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. Well, when he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw for our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you just right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun? Oh, something like that might have slipped out. Van Zeeks is like, you fuckers! Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, Okay, we're gonna, according to this guide, we get to hear another testimony, but before we hear that other testimony, we'll be ending. We are technically overtime, so.
Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
I'm ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. God, now, no, you know what he will do to us? He? Who are they talking about? Probably talk about Mr. Egbert. Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ruff, come on, the game's up. But he'll have a guts for us. In case it hadn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Truth come out. Does Bruno Mars is game? Gay. Does Bruno Mars is game too?
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which the meeting took place.
Well, do we have to? On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. And there we go. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and end for the night because we are a little over time. And we're probably going to go more over time with my explanation of things to come. So, this was my last day off this week. We still have more of this game to go, but we can probably finish this up maybe next week. Maybe, I don't know. Could be wrong. Next week my days off are Wednesday and Thursday. So technically I have a 6-day work week. So you guys won't see me for the next couple of days, you know. You won't see me on stream. You might see me on other streams, I don't know. Or you just might see me on the Discord, you know, whatever. But yeah, we won't be streaming until then. But on Wednesday, we won't be starting with this because this was just a week thing. I was like, okay, we probably should do more of this. So Wednesday, though, we are going to be starting with the game Fatal Frame, which is our last spoopy game of the spoopy game schedule. So hopefully we won't finish that before October starts. And as stated before, if we do, we have we still do have Ebe to do the to get the true ending on, and we also have if we finish all of these spoopy games before October, or even in October, and we still have some more of October to go, we will have Metroid Dread, which will replace those games in the schedule, and then the second day will be something else, unless we still have not finished this. So, with TLDR, next week, Wednesday is Wednesday, Thursday are my days off. So you won't see me for a while. Wednesday we start with Fatal Frame. Thursday we continue with this, hopefully finishing it up. If we still have some days in October, after we finish Fatal Frame and get Eve's true ending, we will just have Metroid Dread, which was supposed to be the second day in our stream schedule, move to the first day and be our last spoopy game, and the second day will be something else, something else, unless we haven't finished this. So, till I see you guys on Wednesday, which I'm sorry that it's going to be a little while before you see me. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.